Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Town of Los Gatos September 1st, 2016 meeting. At this point, I would request that if you haven't already done so, you silence your devices, and Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Councilmember Rob Rennie.
Here.
Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mariko Sayak.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Barbara Spector.
Here. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are now at verbal communications. We have one item on our agenda, but if there is anyone who wishes to address us on an item that is not on our agenda, please come forward. I do not have any cards, but does anyone in the audience wish to address us on verbal communications? Seeing no one coming forward, we are now on the consent items. The way this works is we have 3 items on the consent calendar. Tonight they are all minutes from the August 9th, 11th, and 16th. We will be acting on those 3 items in one motion unless somebody from the council or somebody from the audience wishes to pull an item from the consent calendar. I'm going to start with the council. I don't want to pull anything from the consent calendar. However, on the minutes of August 9th, I would ask staff to go back and review Mr. Picrot's testimony because he said that there were aspects of the development that he liked with regard to senior housing, but there were aspects he did not. And in the agenda, on the minutes, it was much more general than that. Other than that, Ms. Jensen.
If we're going to make observations with respect to the minutes of August 16th, I watched the tape, and I know that there's on page 5 a correction for one of the items cited by the mayor in her motion. Attachment 17, she said Exhibit 7. It says SIC Exhibit 8, Exhibit F. And I'm wondering if it's appropriate that was corrected or it should stay the way it was stated. So that's my observation for that.
Any other observations or comments? Seeing and hearing none, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. We are now on our public hearings, which is a continued public hearing. Agenda item 4. Which is Architecture and Site Application S13090 and Vesting Tentative Map Application M13014 for property that is commonly or generally known as the North 40. Once again, let me go over some ground rules. This evening we will be beginning with staff report if there's anything more that they would like to add to what's already been provided. Then the council members will have the opportunity to ask questions if there are any questions, and then we will get to the discussion. For members of the audience, I would ask that I'm going to assume that there will be things you hear up here tonight that with which you agree and with which you do not agree. However, I'm asking that you please do not make any audible sounds in response to what you hear. In other words, please be quiet. Now, having said that, going back to staff, does staff have any additional report?
No, thank you.
All right, questions. I do have a question, some questions, and I know that at some point in our staff report or reports, we may have received this information, but it may have been just very recently. So can you please explain to the staff, to the council, what will happen if there are no successful motions made this evening? what happens as of September 7th?
So under the Permitting Streamlining Act, through an extension agreement, all parties agreed, the applicant and the town agreed that September 7th was our deadline under the Permitting Streamlining Act. As of that date under the Permitting Streamlining Act, it has clauses within that describe what happens next. And the language describes if a decision has not been made by that time, the project is deemed approved. It then goes on, there was an additional section added after that language was added quite some time ago in 74 that said, because there were due process challenges, said that before it can be deemed approved, the applicant has to give the town 7 days notice of its intent to hold a public hearing and then hold that public hearing 60 days later. So there's one interpretation that would mean after September 7th, there's no time would be, if no decision was made, the applicant could evoke the provisions of the Permit Streamlining Act and there'd be an additional 60 days. A court in California, Mahorn, has stated that requirement is necessary under the circumstances put forth by the Permitting Streamlining Act. There is a federal court case, though, that has said that 7-day requirement and the 60 additional days is only necessary when there has been no public hearings or public comment periods necessary. And that's a 2014 case. And so it's in direct conflict of what the state court said. So I take a very strong opinion that this council should make a decision by September 7th. If it does not, the applicant has the potential to go into court and have it declared deemed approved as it was submitted according to that San Diego federal court case. And so you would be putting, if you don't make a decision by September 7th, you'd putting basically whether this case would be, whether their project would be approved in the court's hands instead of your own hands. I would make the argument in court that they still have to do that 7-day notice and the 60-day notice period, but certainly there's been plenty of time for public input, public hearing periods that the Tower case talks about in San Diego, that we may not prevail on that issue, and then it would be deemed approved by the court. Does that kind of explain it? There's a in legal terms, you have two very conflicting court cases. A state court has said before it's deemed approved, the applicant must give notice of intent to the town and then give its own public notice with a 60-day period before it's deemed complete. So it almost give you one last bite of the apple to either approve or deny this. But the federal court case said that's not necessary if you've already given the public the ability through public hearings, through public testimony, and it's automatically deemed approved by that September 7th date, if that explains it well enough.
Ms. Jensen?
A couple of follow-up questions. You first said that the applicant, it can be deemed approved under state law, then there's a 7-day period for the applicant to give notice and demand a public hearing within 60 days. So if the state law is the controlling law, is there another public hearing in 60 days, assuming the applicant asked for that?
Yes.
Or so there is another public hearing, if we follow the state law?
Yes.
Okay, and the state law case that you're citing, is that appellate court, district court?
Appellate court.
Okay.
Fourth district.
Fourth district? Okay. And
So the difference in the two cases were this, if you want to, little nuances. In the state court case, it was application was filed. There was absolutely no public hearings ever scheduled. Town City just said, we're not going to even schedule this case. It doesn't get scheduled at all. Applicant goes into court and says it's deemed approved. The court says, no, you didn't even have an opportunity to be heard. You have to do this 7-day intent and the 60-day notice period. So that's where the facts are a little bit different in that case than ours. We certainly have had public hearings through Planning Commission and through council that have allowed the public to participate. And the court in the Mahone said the reason why you have that 60-day period before it's deemed complete is to give notice to the public that this is going to happen and actually a public hearing. Even if council doesn't show up for that hearing, the applicant can schedule it, and there'd actually be a hearing for the public to speak.
Ms. Jensen?
And then the difference in that in the San Diego case was where there was public hearings, there was all the notice given. The notice just didn't say it would be deemed complete if they didn't act by a certain date, and that's where the court said that was enough. You had due process rights were given to the public. They were allowed to speak, so it was deemed complete by that ending deadline. And so that would be the argument that would be ended up in court if, in fact, you don't do it by September 7th. So my strong recommendation is you make a decision on this project instead of letting the court decide that issue on a technicality.
Two questions.
Ms. Jensen?
The Mahone case that you're citing, the state court case, is that the only case that you found in California on this issue?
Yes.
And are there any cases, federal cases, conflicting with the Ninth Circuit case?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Let me follow up on, I did not realize until just now that there was a federal court case and a state court case, and they're somewhat inconsistent. If we do not make a decision by September 7th, is there a possibility / probability that the application may be deemed approved?
Yes, that would. I mean, the applicant would have two choices if you don't make a decision by September 7th. They could take the Mahone path and write us a letter saying, in 7 days, I'm going to give notice of a public hearing to have this deemed approved. Or they could take the American Tower case and go right to court and say, we already had public hearings, it's deemed approved. And if the court agreed with that argument, it would be deemed approved and there would be no more hearings. So it would be up to the applicant which path they would take. And our argument in court would be that, no, you still were required to give the 7-day notice and the intent. And that's assuming even if they gave the public hearing period of 60 days, we still wouldn't be able to reach a decision.
Ms. Jensen?
One more. It sounds like to me that either path is a court case. The town doesn't declare it approved. You go to court and you say, approve it. Deem it approved. So if we don't take an action, there will be a court action to decide whether it's deemed approved or not in either of the paths that you've just described.
Well, the one, if you never reached a decision, the one decision, if in fact they give the 7-day notice in the 60 days before it's deemed complete, and during that period you were able to reach a decision, then it's not deemed approved by the court.
Ms. Jensen?
Sorry. I'm having trouble figuring out how we could have time to reach a decision in the 60 days after our time is up.
You still do. It's like what they did is they had that in the shot clock to allow for a last decision. So let's say on September 7th, we receive a letter from the applicant stating that they're going to evoke the provisions and give no public notice of it's going to be deemed complete in 60 days. And this council during that period scheduled more hearings and made a decision before the 60 days ran out. Then, of course, you'd be able to reach a decision. That's assuming you could reach it. If you can't reach one now, that's assuming you'd reach one in 2 weeks.
Sorry again. Presumably, if the council reached a decision that wasn't the same as approving it, and the applicant had said it's deemed approved, the court could say, sorry, it's deemed approved in its original form. It's very nice that you reached a decision that's different. I'm just trying to figure this out.
Not if it was done. If they take the American Tower case, yes. Then after September 7th, it's approved. If you take the Mahone case, it's not deemed approved till after that notice is given and the 60 days runs. So it's a different time clock.
All right, let me ask a different question. Can you explain to us the ramifications of any vote that is a 2-2 vote with one abstention?
That's a no decision. That would be as if there's been no action taken at all by the council, and then it goes into that same decision as a motion that fails.
So no matter what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. And then very recently, like I think today, maybe yesterday, we, the council, have received information from the applicant and the public relating to a VTA bus in the area of the North 40. I know that the council has received information with regard to VTA buses in Los Gatos, either eliminating them or reducing the times that they're used. And I was wondering if somebody from the staff can fill me in on that.
Good evening, Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. In terms of busing, VTA is currently undergoing a study of their existing busing schedules and service levels, and have over the next several months, through a series of public meetings and hearings, we'll make a decision on what they want to do with the future of the bus service. Nothing has been determined at this point. They're looking at 3 models for the sake of discussion. One of them is an as-is model where our service levels would remain constant. A second is a reduction that would essentially reduce the service in Los Gatos to 1 route. And the third is a elimination of service to the lightly used areas like Los Gatos, which would result in no bus service within the town limits.
Thank you. Ms. Sayak.
On that note, Mr. Morley, can you remind me on option 2 with the reduced bus service, was the 49 the service that goes down Los Gatos Boulevard, was that affected?
So I think I need to emphasize that these are scenarios that the VTA is using to discuss potential options, and through study they would determine actually what the service levels are. And as I understand it, the concept would be to adjust the 48 and 49 and merge them together into 1 route that would provide some sort of a more limited service to Los Gatos.
And a follow-up, if I may. When is that decision going to take place?
They're doing their public outreach now, and we would anticipate a decision towards the end of the calendar year, maybe into next year.
Okay.
Ms. Jensen.
Different subject matter, and referring staff and the council to the letter we got from Remy Moose and Manley, page 9. There's an indication, the issue is, this also came up in the letter from HCD. Do the by right standards apply to both residential and commercial? The letter I'm referring to talks about mixed use. The specific plan at section 2.5.10 A and B says commercial portions of the mixed use use commercial design guidelines, residential use residential. So my question is, well, when it's mixed use, like, for example, the market hall with the senior on top, I'm assuming that the by right applies to that as mixed use. My question is, does it also apply to any standalone commercial that is contained within a mixed-use multifamily development?
So you are correct. The interpretation, I think most legal experts agree on, that the mixed use with the senior housing is part of the mixed use development. There's just a difference in opinion as whether the standalone buildings would be entitled to the density concessions and waivers, and certainly that's up to the council to decide whether the standalone buildings that are completely commercial, whether they need to comply with the density bonus requirements or need to be outside of that requirement. Certainly, there's an argument both ways, and I think that's what Remy Moose says. There's no specific case law on it or determination as to whether it's required or not.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So following up on that, I recall either from Remy Moose or possibly from the policy manager from HCD, it said something about if the extra commercial is neighborhood serving, then it falls in with the whole plan. So my question is, how do we define neighborhood serving? How would staff define neighborhood serving?
So I don't know that we have a specific definition, and so I'll start. So it would be services and goods that are available for the either immediate neighborhood or greater neighborhood. But typically, for the first phase as proposed, there will be services that will be available and goods that will be available in the commercial and the mixed-use commercial buildings that staff would conclude are in fact neighborhood serving.
If I could follow up. So in the economic analysis, it kind of gives a list of what those are supposed to be. They call it comparison retail. It was, I have it. I listed it here somewhere off the top of my head. It's hair salon and bicycle shop and things like that. So the ones that were listed, are those all considered neighborhood serving?
I don't have the list in front of me, but yes, I would, hair salon, retail, cafes, those would all be neighborhood serving. Coffee shops, and I think Ms. Pravetti has some additional information.
Yeah, I think the one way to look at it is what would be regional serving, what would be a regional draw type of retail, and those are the larger shopping centers, the larger stores that would essentially draw from the region, so South San Jose, Campbell, Saratoga, et cetera, as opposed to the people who live within a closer proximity to the development.
Is it staff's opinion that there's any of those kind of stores proposed here?
Well, I think it's a fair argument that Los Gatos is a regional destination, that people come here because they like our small town charm, and I would imagine that the downtown will continue to be attractive. And if there's new opportunities for shopping and eating, that would also be likely to be attractive. But the majority of the users would likely be Los Gatos residents. I think we heard testimony from our public that this portion of our town is looking for opportunities for dining that perhaps they don't have much choice right now. So there seems to be some demand for some additional uses. And certainly general merchandise, where you could buy the pair of socks or this sort of thing, was clearly shown in multiple studies of the economics that is an area where the town, where we're losing sales. People go outside of town to find those types of shopping necessities.
Okay, thank you.
Let me follow up from Mr. Rennie. Remind me, other than the market hall, is there somewhere in these materials where these specific commercial uses are listed?
There is not.
So there's just square footage?
There is just square footage, and there's permitted uses that are allowed in the specific plan, and so they would be required to accommodate those.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sayak.
A question on that. If you could remind me, with the standalone commercial buildings, are there concessions that are attached to those?
The applicant is requesting the same height concession for those buildings. So if the council, as was stated previously, does not believe that those are appropriate for the 3 standalone commercial buildings, then the applicant would be required to modify those to comply with that height requirement.
Okay, so if you could, I'm looking at the building key plan 1.0. So all the buildings that are in Area A and Area B, are you saying are asking for height? Is it the height?
So the entire project is asking for the height determination from finished grade, not proposed or finished as is required in the specific plan. And so specifically the retail and restaurant building out fronting Los Gatos Boulevard, and then the building on the sheet you're looking at right under Area C. Those 3 comprise the standalone commercial buildings.
And if I may switch subjects, also want to inquire about something that came in today. It is a letter from Angelia Dorner. It came in at 7:47 about just the various responses to the density bonus. And the specific question I have is, we've discussed at length about date of application. And my next question now is maximum allowable residential density at the date of application. And so if I'm interpreting her letter correctly, if you're applying it in 2013, we had no specific plan, therefore we had no maximum density. If you're applying in 2015, then it's a whole set of different numbers. So could you just give me some clarification on where you and Mr. Schultz stand on this letter?
Well, I'll start on one. And so the maximum density was set ultimately in the housing element, but again, that would have been 2015. And so the maximum number wasn't set and was ultimately modified. And so, Mr. Schultz, if you have any additional input.
But for that government code section, you don't look at what the maximum density for, if you're looking, are we looking at the replacement issue? And so it's still the date of the application is what you look at. If you, at the time the application's filed, there didn't need to be a specific plan. Although our general plan said no applications will be processed until a specific plan is done, it still didn't prevent an application from being filed on that property. So the applicant takes the position that as early as 2013 and 14, their proposal was requesting density bonuses and BMP program for this project, and therefore it's exempt from it. You certainly can take the position that no, because it wasn't finalized till 2015, and that's when the actual density bonus letter came in, that it has to comply with that section. And if you agree with the second part of that argument, then you reach the state. Then you have to go through the replacement process and determine whether they've met that replacement requirement.
Following up on that, what I understand what the community member is saying. I understand what the applicant is saying. What is the town's position?
Town's position is that it's met its application was in place before the 2015 date, and even if you don't agree with that assumption, it still meets the replacement requirements because it's providing 49 of the lower income units.
Mr. Rennie and then Ms. Jensen.
Just a quick one again on that. So what did the letter from HCD say about that item?
HCD did not address that issue. Remy Moostead did agree with my analysis and the applicant's analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Jensen.
So a couple follow-up. The Remy Moose letter concluded that the application was filed in 2013, and even if it wasn't, that the replacement units were there and they're fine, the age restriction doesn't
Correct.
negate that. And does the town take that position?
Yes.
The follow-up layer that I want to put on that is, if an application is filed in 2013, and I forget who it was, Mr. Paulson or Mr. Schultz was saying the general plan was controlling at that time with respect to that the town was going to do a specific plan. The general plan also had in place an EIR that was setting maximum residential units and commercial square footage based upon the EIR. Can those be interpreted as the maximum densities?
Yes, I think that can be another document that you could rely on for the maximum densities.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Rennie.
If I could just follow up again on my question. So what I see in the letter, and maybe they don't have enough information, but the letter from HCD, they say so under the state density bonus law, it says based on the department's understanding, the development application meets the eligibility criteria under GC sections 659115 B and C. Do we say that, that's just a guess because they haven't looked at our application close enough? That's on page, bottom of page 2 of attachment 36.
Yeah, they did not do an exhaustive evaluation of the application since it's a very large document. They were answering the key questions primarily regarding the housing element. They chose to also comment on the density bonus because they understood that was also in play, but that was really not the primary task for them.
I think in that paragraph, they're more analyzing the issue of the very low versus the senior, and whether this project has to go under senior and only get 20% density bonus instead of the low very low income and get 35%. That was the issue I think they're dealing with primarily in that paragraph, and not the whole replacement issue. Is my reading of it, but I could be wrong.
All right, thank you, Council. Mr. Rennie, more questions? Go ahead.
I'll change slightly. In the staff report, you talked about, you said the application gets ARENA credit for 49 very low, 1 moderate, and 270 above moderate, but I think you mean 237 because they're only applying 237. So if I add all those up, I think I get 287. So does all 287 go towards the six? And I believe the number was 619 that of ARENA allocation 619. And the reason I asked this is I saw somewhere in the Housing Accountability Act that once we reach the 619 before the deadline of 2023 or whatever it is, we then can start denying by right developments. So is 287 the credit we get towards it, even though only 237 was part of our original allocation?
We will get credit for the entire 320 units that are proposed. And so 50, the 49 very low, 1 moderate, and then the 270, which is the remainder, will go in the above moderate, which is the market rate units. So those will go into those categories for credit. The by right, I don't have that in front of me as to whether or not we can deny them once we hit that threshold.
The by right would be hit once you get the 13.5 acres at 20 plus a density bonus. So I think that's the 340, 364.
Yeah, I was actually thinking in terms of our other projects that we have designated that would end up by right projects. But if we manage to build enough when those come forward, then they wouldn't be by right.
This was the only property that we did the by right on in our housing element. The other ones are still AHA's properties.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, good questions, Council. Now it's time for discussion motion. Mr. Leonardis.
I'll ask a question of staff. I asked this a couple weeks ago about the Samaritan Hospital potential expansion. Did we get any information back from the letter we submitted to them raising the concerns about the impacts of traffic? And did we get any information back from them whether they would be doing anything to mitigate traffic along the corridor, Los Gatos Boulevard, between Lark Avenue and I guess it would be Samaritan Drive?
We will receive, or the City of San Jose will post responses to EIR questions on their website on September 14th.
What we've actually received some of the information. I guess actually that was for Dell. I'm sorry, I was confused. So the San Jose has not yet responded to the comments that we've provided. However, Campbell has completed responses to comments, and the town did submit comments on the Dell Avenue, and that information will be provided in detail to the council tomorrow.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. My primary concern at this time is the part of Los Gatos Boulevard between Lark Avenue and Samaritan Drive. It already backs up quite badly under ordinary conditions. If we're going to add more capacity, if the hospital will add more capacity, I'm wondering how that would be addressed, especially from their point of view, and if there would be any monetary contributions or attempts to, take the right of way to add a third lane along that stretch going northbound.
So with the San Jose EIR information, San Jose will look at all of the impacts that their traffic makes on both the town streets and the city of San Jose streets, as well as freeways and intersections and on-ramps, all of it combined, much like the town did for the North 40. San Jose has some options when they have that information in front of them. One of them is to mitigate the impacts if they are able to identify a solution. The other is to determine that there's not a way to mitigate the impacts, and they would make a finding of overriding consideration. That's the information that we'll get finally on September 14th from San Jose, and what their intended direction is on the stretches of roadway. Typically, they wouldn't allocate dollars. They would rather require the developer to do improvements, for example, at the intersection of Samaritan and Los Gatos Boulevard, to accommodate the vehicle traffic. That doesn't necessarily address the stretch between Lark and Samaritan. Traffic generally looks at the intersections as the congestion point, the point where all of that traffic comes to a confluence and creates the backup. That's where the mitigation measures typically occur. We would not anticipate an allocation of dollars that could be used to procure right-of-way outside of waiting for those properties along Los Gatos Boulevard to develop, where that could be a requirement of the developments.
Ms. Sayak.
Two questions on that. The first is, does Good Sam as an entity make comments to these various projects and the traffic studies associated with it, or do they rely on San Jose to make those analysis and those thoughts? And the reason why I ask it is just because of the number of comments we've received on capacity of our streets to take patients to Good Sam in a timely manner. Does Good Sam ever weigh in on what they consider is appropriate traffic around their facility?
Well, similar to the North 40, there's an applicant for the Samaritan projects, and they are making a proposal to add a significant amount of square footage and replace existing buildings. But the burden of completing an EIR that's compliant with state law runs with the city of San Jose. It would be, the applicant would have the opportunity to say, I'm including various mitigations in my project, that they could voluntarily offer that, or they could suggest that certain mitigations are not feasible or viable, and then the city would either have to offer alternate mitigation or deem the impact to be significant, unavoidable, with no impacts. It would be unusual for an applicant to comment on a document for their own project, but it could be done. But there's also other hospital interests, as you know, in that area, and one would expect that the other medical uses would certainly be commenting and making their opinions known on the document. That would be expected.
Ms. Sayak?
And I recall when a long time ago, the Planning Commission had looked at a medical building on that corner of Los Gatos Boulevard, and I think it's where the Starbucks is. So. And that's a funky intersection because owned by San Jose, I think by Los Gatos, and Caltrans had some say in it. So in a project, whether it's Good Sam or North 40, with changes occurring, who pays for the improvements at that intersection?
It really depends upon which project is creating the impact. So if the project is on the Los Gatos side and we're the first ones out, then it would be the obligation of that first project to mitigate its impact. If later, say on the San Jose side where Stanford is located, they were going to be doing something different that would also impact that same intersection, then they are then responsible for the new increment of impact that their project is creating. So it is, and in this area with so much interest happening, we're essentially working our way through these issues as we come forward. With the project that's before you, we have an applicant who's proposing to do some of the off-site improvements up front to the extent that they can, and then additional improvements would have to happen later. Whether or not San Jose does outside of its jurisdiction improvements is something that we can't comment on because we don't know what those impacts are and then what the required mitigation will be yet.
Ms. Sayak?
And so for a future phase 3, 4, 5, whatever it is on the Northern District, and we look at Burton Road, would the uses allowable on those parcels be impacted by what the traffic climate at that time of application will be?
Yes, the requirements are that there's a TIA with each future phase of the project.
And so it would do the analysis of whether the proposed uses of more commercial versus residential versus a hotel would be conducted, and that would show what would be at least the least impact for traffic with that northern section, right?
It would analyze any proposed project with the traffic conditions at that time and any other projects that were in the queue, much like it's been done for the North 40 project or other projects.
Okay, thanks.
Questions, discussion? Ms. Jensen.
Well, since no one's going to do it, I will start out. I'm going to go slow because I'm going to cite sections as I go through. So as the mayor did on August 16th, I'd ask the council and staff to pay attention to the sections that I'm going to cite. This is going to end up being a motion. For purposes of my motion, I am taking the evaluation that's contained in the HCD letter of August 25th from Paul McDougall regarding California Government Code Section 65583C1 and 65583H and I, which indicates that, quote, while design review is allowed under the statute, by right decision-making must follow development standards that are fixed, predictable, clear, quantifiable, written, warrant little to no judgment, and should be applied in a manner that affirmatively facilitates development, close quote. I recognize that that is a letter regarding housing elements and housing law. However, my question to Mr. Schultz was regarding mixed use and whether that applied to the commercial as well. Mr. Paulson identified neighborhoods serving retail as part of a mixed use development that would qualify, so I'm going to use that standard. And I'm going to organize this by the numbered bullet points I've numbered in the vision statement in order that we can follow it. First of all, the general principles that are identified in Chapter 2 are that the land use development standards form a comprehensive set of policies that will work in concert to steer future development, and that the overall goal, this is 2.3, paragraph 2, for the three districts to work together as a self-sufficient neighborhood while offering support services and entertainment for the local area. I also found section 6.4.2, and I've got it written down somewhere, but I'm not going to refer to it, but essentially it's an administrative section of the specific plan, which indicates that the plan, policies, and guidelines work in concert with the zoning ordinances of the town. However, when there is a conflict, the specific plan takes precedence, and that's at section 6.4.2. And that goes back to the mayor's discussion with her first motion on our last meeting with respect to our architecture and site. Yes, it does apply, but according to 6.4.2, if there's a conflict, the specific plan is the ruling document. So the bullet 1 of the vision statement, the North 40 will look and feel like Los Gatos. This is, of course, the most controversial. Section 2.7.3 of the specific plan says that the specific plan area should accommodate a mix of residential product types and sizes to create the character of an authentic neighborhood rather than a typical development project. The mayor pointed out in her motion last time that Los Gatos is eclectic. It's a blend of different things. That's reflected in this specific plan. The application proposes different types of residences: garden cluster, row homes, live, work, lofts, affordable senior apartments, and those are contained at, they comply with table 2.2 of our specific plan. With respect to commercial design guidelines for the look and feel of Los Gatos, section 3.2.4a says, quote, these guidelines are not intended to establish or dictate a specific style. Section 3.2.4 paren B Quote, proposals for new commercial structures should be developed within the context of Los Gatos heritage and the historic and agricultural heritage of the site. And that particular section is accompanied by a picture of a barn. That barn looks to be constructed with a metal roof. It has concrete at the bottom. It's got a side of windows, and that's illustrative of what the specific plan is asking for. If you look at the application that we have before us, that's consistent with the architecture that's called out in the specific plan. Therefore, I believe that it's compatible. Section 3.4, neighborhood identity, which was also cited by the mayor in her motion on August 16th, indicates, quote, the specific plan area is a unique site within the town. With its own identity, the specific plan area should be treated with a unique image or brand appropriate to its history and relationship to the Los Gatos community. Branding elements include building materials and forms, trees, and landscape treatments. So this application has given us a variety of architectural treatments that conform to the heritage of the land. It's consistent with the pictures that are illustrated in our specific plan. It includes planting of approximately 1,800 trees, 540 of which are orchard trees, and that's reflected on the application sheets 2.2, 4.1, and 4.3. As to the bullet 2 of the vision statement, the North 40 will embrace hillside views, trees, and open space. So with respect to hillside views, again, that's controversial. However, the application does comply with all of the height limitations set in the specific plan. It does, as I said, plant 1,800 trees. And with respect to the open space, section 2.5.4 requires, quote, a minimum of 30% of open space. This application gives us 39%. The open space, section 2.5.4a, includes both green open space and hardscape. Section C, 2.5.4c, the 30% open space requirement shall include a variety of green and plaza spaces with a minimum of 20% being green open space. The application provides 23%. Finally, section 2.5.4d requires 20% of the 30% open space shall be publicly accessible. The application before us has 85% of that space publicly accessible. Bullet 3 of the vision statement, the North 40 will address the town's residential and/or commercial unmet needs. Section 3.3, residential design guidelines of the specific plan, indicates, quote, residential products should be designed to meet the unmet needs of the community and provide a mix of market rate and affordable housing in a multifamily setting. The application sheets 1.0, 1.0 paren A include proposed residential of market rate garden clusters, condominiums, row homes, live-work lofts, apartments, and also senior affordable units. There is a table that was referred to, I believe, by the mayor with respect to unmet needs, identifying Gen Y and baby boomers. Those were examples of the types of housing that could be supplied. They were not required housing, and they were not attempting to define what the unmet needs were. Section, I don't have it down, but with respect to retail tenant space size, and hopefully staff can help me out here, the specific plan, again I'm quoting, allows for a mix of retail sizes. The commercial is to serve the unmet needs for the new and surrounding businesses and residential neighborhoods subject to the following conditions. A, every application shall include a table that identifies the sizes of each retail space proposed. That's been submitted, sheet 1.0A. B, the maximum individual commercial retail tenant size is 50,000 square feet. The application does not propose anything over 50,000 square feet. In fact, the largest commercial space that's proposed is the Market Hall at a net square footage of 22,700 square feet, which also contains affordable housing. I wanted to go with respect to, I'm not sure it fits here, the economics, which were the subject of Mayor Spector's motion on August 15th. Section 2.4.2 requires that new commercial square footage must present the proposal to the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee. That was done in this case both in October of 2015 with a final decision on November 11th of 2015. The minutes for the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee indicate that it was examined and that no further, and I have it, I'm going to look for it. Bear with me a minute, because I want to get it right for the record. No additional analysis needs to be provided unless there are changes to the proposed commercial elements that the current analysis does not cover. That was the minutes from the CDAC. So on the motion of August 16th, there were several deficiencies or argued for deficiencies in the plan. That's attachment 17, exhibit F, which were number one, that the opinion, the central opinion was that the North 40 did not have a leasing advantage. The specific plan does not require that element to be contained in the economic study. The application did not express what the 26,000 square feet of commercial will be other than Market Hall. Again, the specific plan 2.4.2 does not require that. Number three, the study did not address the town's identified commercial leakages. Again, the specific plan does not require that. However, it was included in an economic study that was contained with our EIR. That the number four in the motion from August 16th is that the study did not address, quote, the need for 10,000 square feet or above commercial units, unquote. There is no identified need for that. That was discussed at one of the council meetings when the specific plan was approved. The motion to include that failed on a 3-2 vote, as did a table that included or was going to include the number of commercial units by square footage, X percentage of at a certain square footage. Again, that was not included in the specific plan. It failed on the motion to approve the specific plan. Vision statement, bullet number 4, the North 40 will minimize or mitigate impacts on town infrastructure, schools, and other community services. Section 4.1, policy C2 traffic, requires that it minimize traffic impacts through site design, multimodal opportunities, land uses, the intensity of development, access, and street and intersection improvements. The application complies with the mitigation measures identified in the EIR, provides infrastructure improvements that are called out in the specific plan. And again, I'm going to point to the tentative map roadway improvement plans, sheets 1.23 and 1.24 submitted by the applicant. Policy C5, bicycle planning, integrate bicycle facilities and amenities throughout the site, including multimodal paths, physically separated from vehicle roadways. Again, the tentative map sheet 1.3, sheet 1.5, submitted with the application, complies with that. 4.6 of our specific plan section, intersection improvements, calls for intersection improvements at Los Gatos Boulevard, Samaritan, and Burton, plus a new left turn lane on Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard, and a new lane on Lark to northbound 17. All of those are provided in the application, and they're called out at sheets 1.23 and 1.24. Section 4.10 of the specific plan calls for a traffic demand management plan. That, as I understand it, comes with the final map if this application is ever approved. Nonetheless, there are requirements called out in the EIR, which the applicant has indicated they are going to be following. Section 4.13, specific plan area circulation improvements. Again, sheets 1.23 and 1.24 of the application meet those. The second part of the bullet 4 of the vision statement has to do with schools. Section 5.2, policy 18 of the specific plan says that we need to address school needs. It says developers are encouraged to collaborate with school districts to address school needs. Here with the application and prior to the application, there's an agreement with the Los Gatos Union School District to contribute or find 2 acres for a school site and/or contribute $23,500 per market rate unit built to the schools. With respect to other community services, the applicant has worked with, I know, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee and with other transportation agencies with the town to meet other town needs. So I think I've called out most of the things that I think are objective standards, but I'll also, there is an objective standards matrix that I'm not relying on for this motion, for those of you that think I might be, but there is one and I want to cite it for the record. That was submitted by the applicant for our last meeting. I don't see an exhibit sign on it, but it's titled Objective Standards Matrix. And again, I'm not relying on this for my motion. I'm relying on my research of the specific plan and my looking at what fits or doesn't fit. So I think that I've gone through and cited how I believe that the application meets the requirements of the specific plan. So my motion is to approve the application as submitted. And with that motion, approve the resolution that was provided to the council in our staff report from our last meeting, which is attachment 23, with all of the findings and requirements that are included with that resolution. That's it.
That's it. All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Rennie.
May I ask a question of staff before I make a decision on that?
Yes. And let me thank you for doing that. Just for everybody, if you have a question of a council member who has spoken, you can raise the issue, you can raise the question, but everything will go through the chair as opposed to talking directly to one another. Thank you for asking. Go on to staff.
So my question really is more for staff, actually. So I would like to ask Ms. Jensen, or ask staff to ask Ms. Jensen for some changes, but my question is, and I believe it came from the letter from the policy manager at HCD, that said conditions cannot be imposed unless required by objective standards and policies. So, you know, in the last meeting we had, I had 7 or 8 items that I thought would make the project better. Does that statement mean that we're not allowed to ask for changes such as I asked for last time? And what is the range of changes we can ask for?
No, it's been our determination that the council can ask for changes because you have the discretion to essentially make sure that the application meets the specific plan. And the types of modifications that were suggested on August 16th do not materially reduce the housing units or affect the ability of the project to deliver the affordable housing component. It was really more around landscaping and architectural skin of the buildings and that sort of thing. So those are changes that would be consistent with state law.
Okay, thank you. So let me ask the mayor a process question. So I have 7 items I'd like to ask Ms. Jensen to include. Can I ask her directly, or how do I do that?
Let's do it this way. Why don't we don't have a second to the motion, so we're not discussing the motion, but putting that aside, why don't you raise the 7 issues and that if they were included in the motion, you would second the motion, and then we'll just see what happens. Ms. Jensen may or may not choose to respond. So why don't you tell us what those 7 items are?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. The 7 items that I have that I think will make the project fit better in Los Gatos are, and they're basically the ones that I listed last time, but the applicant responded with most of what those would have looked like. So number 1 was number 1 is a change in the tree planting map, which is now in attachment 32, Exhibit G, page 90. And that's, a change in whichever evergreen trees are planted. And the idea there was to protect views down the streets with a few shorter trees, and then also not plant trees that are too tall to block the views of the hillside while still blocking the view of the project from 17. So that was number one. And then number two was to plant the trees as soon as possible where the possibility of damage during construction was reduced. So that is important. And number three was there was a change. I thought Market Hall architecture could be improved, softened up a little bit, and they submitted some changes in Exhibit F in the same attachment 32, page 87. I thought those were better than what we have. I'm not really married to those changes. Suggestion. Number four was the 2 units on Los Gatos Boulevard. Everything on Los Gatos Boulevard is commercial, and we had 2 houses or housing units that look very housing unit-like. They submitted a change in the architecture that I thought made them fit better with the architecture on Los Gatos Boulevard, and those were Exhibit B, again of attachment 32, page 73. They were titled Potential Alternative Los Gatos Boulevard Front Elevation. Number 5 was they submitted another optional row house elevation, which I had suggested before replaced elevation A, which is kind of dispersed about. The idea being their new elevation, which is in Exhibit D, attachment 32, page 81. It's titled Conceptual Row House Traditional Elevation, so it's traditional, more like Los Gatos, and it in the plan is placed around it, so it would be part of this blending and weaving their kind of new architecture with the Los Gatos' existing architecture was the idea there. I thought that was a good change. Item number 6 was the 10 units that I requested that would be more senior or handicap friendly, that were single floor, single bedrooms that were added to the condominium clusters. They submitted new plans in Exhibit E, attachment 32. I didn't write the page number because my iPad kept dying when I tried to look at that one. But it was titled Alternate Floor Plans for Condominium Cluster, and it's Plan 4 that was changed. So this would give 10 more senior-friendly kinds of units. And then number 7, on Lark Avenue, they submitted, again, in Exhibit C, attachment 32, page 79. It was alternate conceptual Lark Avenue. I guess they called it conceptual Lark Avenue, traditional elevations. Again, the idea being they looked a little bit more like what's in the rest of Los Gatos, but the architecture actually kind of blended what came next. I, again, liked those to try to get a neighborhood that blended with the rest of Los Gatos. So those are my 7 items. If the maker of the motion would consider adding a majority of those, I'd be willing to second.
All right, we have a motion. It doesn't have a second yet, so we won't be discussing it, but we have suggestions which will lead to a second. Ms. Jensen?
I will happily accept Item 1, the tree planting map change, Exhibit G. Item 2, plant trees as soon as possible. Item 6, adding the senior units, Exhibit E, attachment 32. I will reluctantly accept the suggested change to the architecture of the Market Hall, Exhibit F, Exhibit 32. The change to the architecture on the 2 units on Los Gatos Boulevard, which is Exhibit B, attachment 32. I will very reluctantly accept, unless Mr. Rennie wants to reconsider, change to the row home architecture in Exhibit D, which is showing a white Mediterranean, which I think is not called out anywhere in the specific plan and is not illustrated anywhere in the specific plan and does not match the architectural heritage of the site. However, I'm not going to give up a second by insisting on that. And the same with the frontages on Lark Avenue, Exhibit C of Attachment 32.
On that last one, you are accepting it into your motion?
I'm accepting, I said with the degree of enthusiasm which I would accept it. The last two was not a high degree of enthusiasm, and was suggesting to Mr. Rennie that he might give up Exhibit D, row home changes architecture, because I don't see that type of architecture or style called out anywhere in the specific plan. However, I will not give up a second to stand on that.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Rennie?
So I'm not quite sure.
I accept them, Mr. Rennie.
All right, I'll second it for discussion.
Well, no, are you accepting them? It is in discussion. Are you
I will second it, yes.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Now, discussion. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I have some questions for staff, which consist of what are the options this evening voting? For instance, if the council chooses to go with the Planning Commission recommendation, what does that mean? If the council agrees to vote the motion which is presented on the floor through, what does that mean? If the council chooses to vote with modification, does that mean that it gets through without the specific plan being reopened up, which was a concern of the applicant? Can you cover the myriad of options that are available to the council, and what are the ramifications? Those are just 3 examples, but I'm sure there are many more.
There are certainly many more. You mentioned the Planning Commission recommendation. So if the council were to use the Planning Commission recommendation as a basis for its action to deny the application, staff would be available to work with you to identify more specifically particular elements of the specific plan in terms of sections or page numbers that provide additional justification, and then likewise sections and page numbers of the plan sheet that would provide the facts to substantiate that it's not in compliance with the specific plan. So the Planning Commission did an admirable job, but if for final action, we would work with you to put additional facts onto the record. The second question was with respect to the current motion. The current motion works within the confines of our existing specific plan. That motion, as it is certainly ready for acceptance with a minor modification that we did update the findings and the affirmative findings that would need to be made for the vesting tentative map in an exhibit attachment 38, which we distributed late today. So that would be our only technical modification on that one. And the council certainly has additional motions at its disposal. You might choose to deny based on other facts or parameters in addition to or different than the Planning Commission. And again, staff are here to work with you on that. You could accept the application as is with no modifications. So again, you do have some room to work within, and we're here to work with you. At this point, we do not have a motion on the floor, nor have we heard one in the last few days regarding modifications to the specific plan. So that is certainly within your purview. You could direct future changes, but this application, if I could just politely remind you, needs to be evaluated against the existing adopted plan.
Mr. Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So when the applicant spoke last time, they said if we reopen the specific plan or something to that effect, that would effectively really not be a viable option because it would essentially kill the whole project. Is that correct? So if I know there were council members who spoke last time that were considering modifications to the specific plan, and if that were the case, I guess, what are the repercussions? And what are the repercussions if the council were to adopt the Planning Commission's findings in the staff report? Would that essentially kill the whole project, or would that go back somewhere for reevaluation and then come back in another couple months? I mean, I'm just wondering the whole myriad of options, because I've heard so much from the community over the last 5.5 years, and I want to know what is really available to us this evening.
So I'll give it a stab first and see if I can answer your question. So the applicant currently has an application pending and a vested tentative map, and so you must, by law, evaluate that application and the vested tentative map based on the laws that were in effect when it was filed, and that's your current specific plan. So if council was not to make a decision and try to change the specific plan, it couldn't do that. You have to evaluate it under its current one. If you were to adopt the recommendations by the Planning Commission, the project is denied and the applicant has a choice of filing a new application to try to meet the recommendations of the Planning Commission or yours, or they have the ability to file litigation stating that they met the requirements of the specific plan and you did not have the authority to deny their application. So that's where it would head, either into litigation or into a new application.
Thank you.
Further discussion? All right. Hearing none and seeing none, I am going to call the question. We have a motion. I don't think anybody, well, I shouldn't say that. Does anybody want the motion repeated? I don't think so. Mr. Leonardis.
I have more questions for perhaps Ms. Prevetti. So she mentioned that if the council were to adopt the specific plan, that we could go through and we wanted to modify, they would help guide us through some process of modifications in the table. Was that one of the earlier things that you said? Or was that based on the acceptance of the Planning Commission findings, and then you would try to help us alleviate those findings in order to approve the project? How can you explain it one more time?
Okay, thank you. So if the council, if this motion is defeated and a new motion comes forward that essentially says Planning Commission identified certain parameters, and we can find that page for you, and you just said we want, that is the motion, so it's on the floor to deny the application for the reasons the Planning Commission stated. We would work with you to identify some additional sections of the specific plan that help support the recommendation of denial, and then as appropriate, identify locations within the plan sets that provide evidence that the application is deficient in those particular areas. So we would try to work with you, if you want a recommendation of denial, to make sure that you have a record that that substantiates the findings that are necessary to deny a vesting tentative map and to deny the ANS. So if that's the choice that the council would like, we would work with you. Again, it's great if the deciding body can identify those sections themselves, but we're here as a team to assist you.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you for the clarification on that, and I'm not anticipating a vote one way or the other, but I am interested in what you're saying. Is this something that we would do right here live this evening?
I think the clock is ticking, so we're ready to work with you. We might find that once if a motion is on the floor that needs some additional research, we might respectfully ask the mayor for a short break, so that way we could identify some additional sections and then bring that back after the break. So we might need a little bit of time. We may not be able to put our hands on everything right in at the moment, but we would do our best to make sure this is a productive meeting this evening.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Ms. Sayak.
Question of staff. And again, if you can remind me, the vesting tentative map, attached to that is the layout and the number of units within each parcel once it's laid out?
So the vesting tentative map lays out lots, and then they further can be subdivided into condominium lots, which would be the footprints specifically of those buildings. And so that would move forward given its current configuration as proposed.
And that decision has to be made by September 7. So, for example, there was a discussion about changing the architecture of Building 24 and 25. If I just believe that Building 24, 25 should be commercial, that's a vesting tentative issue, not necessarily an architectural. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So let me follow up on Building 24 and 25 because I believe I had a discussion earlier with the town attorney that we may be able to ditch 24 and 25 and approve the rest of it with the chance that there wouldn't be a lawsuit because they would be getting most of it. So if Councilwoman Sayak really didn't want those two buildings, there's a possible route that direction?
So certainly you have the ability to look at the vested tentative map and make determinations that it's not in compliance with the specific plan, and you could approve the vested tentative map by removing certain buildings, certain lots from the vested tentative map because they didn't meet the specific plan requirements. Whether that would ultimately rely on still result in a lawsuit, I don't know. What the implications that has with the applicant, or whether they believe we didn't have the right to do that because it did meet the specific plan requirements. But certainly, again, as the town manager mentioned, if that's the route council wants to take, we can help with findings if there's any changes to the vested tentative map that you'd like to look at.
Further questions? All right, then before we go to the motion, I will be voting against the motion. And rather than go through each paragraph and page of the specific plan, my opposition will be based upon and incorporate by reference my motions of last time, the one relating to residential and the one relating to economic, and all of the paragraphs and sections referred to in those motions. I also will incorporate into my opposition the recommendation of the Planning Commission and all the bases therefore. And lastly, I'm going to incorporate the totality of the record on the basis that people always talk about objective versus subjective. And whenever they do that, they are normally talking about objective is what they think it is. And if they don't like it, then it's subjective. But objective can be based and is based on all of the facts in the record. And so I am incorporating those into my opposition to this motion. Further discussion? Hearing none, we have a motion on the floor to approve the application. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
No.
Let's do it by show of hands. All in favor? Opposed? Motion fails 3-2. Ms. Jensen and Mr. Rennie voting for the motion. So we're still here and we're looking for another motion and discussion. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. If I could just make some general comments versus another motion. So, I've met with several members of the community since our last meeting that kept encouraging me to remember my campaign tagline, which was, I'm an engineer, not a politician. So what that means to me is and to them is that they want me to keep analyzing facts and come up with decisions based on facts. And I've again, talking to members of the community, I continue to find a lot of misunderstanding in the community. So I wanted to add some facts, hopefully, or a more understanding in just one comment here. Some people were confused about affordability. We had some discussions about the units costing $900,000 to $1.1 million, and some people thought that's what the senior affordable units costed. So I wanted to try to help people understand affordability. So the units that are built market rate, the 237 that have been proposed market rate, they're not affordable units by the term affordable, which means income restricted affordable. They are more affordable than the reason that they're required to be built at 20 units per acre is so that they will cost less and they'll be more affordable. You might think of them as workforce affordable housing. They're certainly more affordable than the $2, $3, $4 million houses we build in Los Gatos. So those units are not affordable with the income restricted in my quotations on them. They're more affordable workforce housing. Then the applicant has proposed real affordable income restricted units. Those are the ones that are also senior restricted. And so those units, I don't think there was ever in our discussion what the price of those were, and they're meant to be rental units for extremely low and very low is my understanding. And there's actually a table that you can get that tells you in Santa Clara County what is extremely low, what is very low income to qualify for those. So again, just adding a little information, if you're one person, extremely low means you earn $23,450, two persons, $26,800. Very low is $39,100, and two people, very low, is $44,000. The price of those units, my understanding is they vary between $600 and $900 a month for rent. So when I calculated with the affordability levels, that's really saying these people pay about 27% of their income for rent, which I think is not that unusual. I think a lot of us pay more than that percentage. So that's my affordability lesson. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion, motion? Mr. Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Somebody has to dive on a hand grenade. I guess it will be me. So I've been up here almost 6 years on the council, and I think I've been dealing with this for about 5.5 years. And up until today, in my mind, it's been a volley back and forth. Which way do you go with this particular property? And it's been a very difficult decision for all of us on council. There's many good attributes of the project on both sides of the equation. But for me, if I consider all the information that I have, all the letters, all the testimony, all the documentation you see in front of me, all the public comments, thank you for everybody doing this, the presentation, all the meetings, the staff, the North 40 Advisory Committee, everything going back 5.5 years. It is, for me, a decision that it's been very difficult to arrive at this conclusion. I mean, I did not draw a conclusion until this evening at this meeting. I mean, I was reading stuff on the dais this evening. But if I were to move forward this evening with the motion, which I may, it would be to uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation. And the reason for that, again, is just because when I'm thinking of this, I'm not thinking of the latest information proposed. I'm thinking of all of the information of the last 5.5 years. Very difficult. I've changed my mind so many times back and forth, and is this good or is this bad and everything else. But I'm looking at this in terms of the complete record and what is best for Los Gatos in the long run. And I am teetering towards the Planning Commission's recommendation this evening.
Discussion? Ms. Sayak?
So this is not a motion as well, and it's just a continuation of Councilmember Leonardis' comments. Because one thing, over the past, I guess, 5.5 years, but more so over the past 2 weeks, we've heard a lot of comments. And so in trying to filter out the noise, one thing that I need to clarify over and over again, the last 5.5 years was work on a specific plan. And that's where I keep coming down. It was work on a specific plan that we all worked on for 40 acres. And what's before us is an application for 20. Now, as what has been said, yes, there are very positive attributes. But I think what's interesting, and I'm going to give credit where credit is due, the applicant team has been completely open to sharing their application from the get-go. So, and there are people that took advantage of that and did the research and did the homework. They analyzed it, they scrutinized, they made comments, and their comments were incorporated. But where I'm struggling right now is that this is the first time I'm looking at this in a public venue. And there are comments, for example, layout, that I don't think make sense. I've talked about 2425, but I also look at section buildings 18 through 27. To me, if I'm looking strictly at a layout and had an opportunity to weigh in, that to me seems like a commercial area instead of having residential sandwiched between existing commercial areas. These are the types of discussions I wish we had an opportunity to have. And the way the structure is set up, it's frustrating. We don't have the ability to have this discussion where we would have in a normal application where we could look at it, Planning Commission makes recommendations, it could come back, and then the process continues, and ultimately it's refined to a project we all agree with. That is where I'm stuck with. It's not a who's in the bad, who's in the good, but it's a process of, can I accept a project that I personally see flaws, and I can go into the reasons with the specific plan, and I think that we can actually do better. And so I always bring that distinction. This is the first time in a public venue we're seeing the application. And the application that we have before us is different from the analysis that we did for a specific plan. And so that's the disconnect that I'm having tonight, as well as the disconnect that I've had over the past couple of nights. So.
Mr. Rennie?
That reminds me of a question I had for staff. I never quite understood why we can't, like a normal application, remand this back to Planning Commission with changes we want to see. And that's sort of what's frustrating, I think. Most projects this is a big project, and most projects we see things a lot of times we'd like changed, and we say, well, change these few things, please go work with Planning Commission. Why can't we do that here?
Primarily because the application was deemed complete in the spring, and so that then sets off the Permit Streamlining Act deadlines, and the applicant worked with the town to extend those deadlines, and now we're at that point of deadline of September 7th. So there is no time to remand it back to Planning Commission for additional modifications, their consideration, and then your consideration. We completely appreciate how frustrating this must be for all of you. And I think there's some lessons learned and some process improvements that we can talk about at future goal-setting sessions, perhaps. But we're working with the rules that we have with us at this present time. And I would just say to the concerns about certain components of the project, there are motion possibilities if the council is interested that might extract some of the areas from the vesting tentative map that, again, staff would be available to work with the council on if that is something you're interested in pursuing in a way that would still maintain the 20 units per acre and the by right and all the other requirements that we have.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to follow up with from what the Vice Mayor was saying. I am frustrated. I know that I'm the one who made the motion at the last meeting to deny this, and I know that I went through the specific plan in making that motion, and I also used that as the basis for opposing the motion to approve this evening. That being said, it's not because I want to say no, 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 no to everything. It's because I agree it is frustrating after, having done planning decisions in Los Gatos for 20 years. What you really want to do when you're making these planning decisions is see where things can fit in better with the town, see where they can fit in better with our architecture inside and our general plan and our ordinances, and then make recommendations, send it back to the Planning Commission, have the Planning Commission and the community weigh in on it, and then bring it back to the council. That's what I would like for this on an ideal level. I would also like, we've learned a lot, I would also like for the specific plan itself, for the council to send it back to the Planning Commission, the community, and the council. But we're not there. Where we are is we're here tonight. It's September 1st, and September 7th is fast approaching. And those are the parameters that we are working, within which we are working. Motion, discussion, Ms. Jensen.
Just a cite for the record to the specific plan. Being 6.2, section 6.2, phasing. It's in response to the Vice Mayor's comments and some comments that we've received from members of the public. I'm going to preface it by saying that the specific plan, I think part of the problem is with people's concept is the specific plan is a zone. So just as I would zone the Almond Grove residential, parts of University, commercial, and things would get built over time, that's what happens with the specific plan. A plan development, everything gets built at once, we tinker with it, then we do an ordinance. And I think we're struggling with the difference between a plan development and what's essentially a zone. So going back to section 6.2, phasing, I'm just going to read it for the record. It is anticipated that the specific plan will be implemented over time and in more than one phase. Each phase shall stand alone and shall not be dependent on improvements required in future phases. So we can look at 20 acres. We should look at 20 acres.
With regard to the specific plan and the planned development, yes, they are different, but it is not necessarily the specific plan that is driving us to making a decision this evening and driving us to September 7th. We are having to deal with, we on the council are having to deal with several state mandates such as the vesting map, the vesting tentative map, such as RENA, such as by right. And so even though I can appreciate that there is indeed a difference between a plan development and a specific plan, I don't see the specific plan as the engine that is driving us to September 7th. And council, I'm still looking for a motion. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you. I'm not going to make a motion, but I'll make some more comments to help other council members understand what I'm thinking. There was some suggestion about using the Planning Commission's reasons for denial, and I thought through those, and some of them I kind of disagree with pretty strongly, and others I'm a little more on the fence. So I wanted to maybe mention why I don't support some of them in case you want to make motions that direction. The first one was that one of the items listed was the economic report not being good enough or something to that effect. I fail to see how the economic report really is an issue. So in other words, it's not really a reason I can support. I mean, there was a 22-page report that was done that breaks into it. This phase one proposal into several commercial or into three categories and analyzes those against downtown. And, I'm very much in favor of protecting downtown, downtown core business, but I find it kind of silly to think this small amount of commercial is going to have a significant effect on downtown. and kind of using the report to help me think through that. For a third of what is in the commercial is specialty retail foods, which don't even exist in the downtown core. Things such as produce, fish, meat, so forth. We're really competing with Trader Joe's and Whole Foods that are already out on the boulevard, and the report says those pull from significantly from outside the area. So I fail to see how that third of it has any effect on the downtown. Another third of it calls for a white tablecloth restaurant, a cafe, and maybe some sort of brew pub or bar and grill. I've heard many people say, well, us on the north end of town don't have much choice for restaurants near our houses. You've got Viva on the boulevard and Aldo's if you're more on the west side, with certainly for that white tablecloth type restaurant. So adding another restaurant doesn't seem like it's going to be that big a deal. The report calls out, that there's 62 restaurants in the downtown area, not necessarily white tablecloth, versus these 3 that we're talking about adding. It points out that there's 10,000 workers within 1 mile of this area, and it also points out that workers tend to put convenience on where they would go to eat versus driving all the way into the downtown. So it's likely we would be capturing a lot more people going to Campbell or other places than stealing from the downtown on those on the restaurants portions of it. It also points out that for what's in the residential area nearby, they expect just the increase alone in the next 5 years of what's spent on food and beverage to be $90 million. It seems to me these 3 restaurants can get some of that without stealing much from downtown again. Then that leaves the third part of it, which is neighborhood, that what they called comparison retail, or what's really our specific plan calls for neighborhood commercial. Those were things. This was my list I couldn't find earlier. They're supposed to be neighborhood serving, such as bicycle shop, bookstore, jewelry, gym, bank, hair salon, so forth. And when we added this requirement for the economic report to the specific plan, if I remember correctly, we, the council, added that. And at the time, I thought the intent was really targeting the next 400,000 of commercial that could end up in the northern district. That's where we really are worried about what might affect downtown, and need to be much more careful about what's placed. So again, the specific plan calls for neighborhood commercial, so we need some commercial there, and only a third of what they're planning is neighborhood, is a dangerous neighborhood. It's not even dangerous, but it's this kind of comparison commercial, and without it, I think we wouldn't actually be following the specific plan. So my thoughts on why I can't support that reason for denial.
Thank you. Further discussion? Mr. Leonardis?
Somebody has to talk. I guess it could be me. So, some of the many concerns that was raised by the public, where you have these 3 zones, and I think council, at least some of my votes, were predicated on the fact that this is what you're going to get. This is what Mr. Rennie's comments made me think of this. You had a future promise of commercial, perhaps a hotel and some other things. But right now what we have is kind of a housing development, and we have uncertainty moving forward what will actually go in these other spots. If all this was being voted in tonight, all 3 zones, and all 3 zones had an actual plan like we see up on the wall here, that could be much more palatable for the public and their comments, because there was many concerns brought forth in the public about that. You're really just voting for one zone, and what happens in the future, we don't know. I know that there is a overall specific plan, but as Mr. Rennie alluded to, that could possibly change in the future depending on things. We're not really voting through the actual buildings that are going to be there, or the actual businesses that will be there, the types of business uses that will be there at this time. So that makes the decision difficult this evening. What we are really voting for is a whole lot of housing, and some senior housing on top of a market. So it's difficult to see the future, and I don't like that uncertainty.
Mr. Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. He who panics first loses least, I always say. So questions for staff. What is, again, the significance of September 7th? I mean, we had council people up here mention that if this were a normal process like what we normally do, which is a process that we understand and the public understands, where it volleys back and forth between council and planning commission until we come up with a result that satisfies the public. Obviously, that takes more time and it goes beyond September 7th. Why could not an approach like that be used as opposed to some ideas that were put forth from perhaps the applicant or the public, where there could be lawsuits and things, which I find very unproductive and time-consuming?
So I began the topic with the Permitting Streamlining Act and the Vested Tentative Map, the Subdivision Map Act, that has specific sections that have timelines for the exact reason of not allowing public agencies to continue to delay an applicant's project and never reach a decision. In this case, in general, it's usually 60 days and can be for another 90 days. So in general, that's kind of the 150 days is what we use. And that's what we got on this project. In other projects, once it's deemed complete within 30 days, we can get it to Planning Commission in 30 days and to you in 30 days, and that's 60 days. And we can still meet that 150 days, so you really don't usually hear about it very often. We meet the 150-day requirement. In this case, we had that kind of, when it did come to you, that need for the study session, and so we needed that extra 90 days when there could have been, if the decision was made in, I think that was May, to return it back to, if you made it recommendations and returned it back to Planning Commission, there would have been enough time with this extension to make a decision maybe within the 150 days, but we did the study session instead of making that. So that's where we are. We're at the 150 days. If you do not make a decision by September 7th, then the applicant has the ability to seek a decision by the courts that this project is deemed approved. And that's the ramifications if he did. He doesn't have to do that. He could agree to waive the Permit Streamlining Act, and if your recommendation was to send it back to Planning Commission, he could possibly agree with that decision, or he could challenge it in court. So it's going to be the applicant's decision, not ours, as to whether there's any more extensions. In fact, the code specifically says you can't enter into another extension agreement beyond the 90 days. So it really would fall within the applicant's hands as to what they wanted to do after September 7th.
Thank you.
Ms. Jensen?
To follow up on that question, you said it at the end, and I want to make sure it's on the record. I had understood that the reason we were in this position was that the applicant and the town had waived time up to the maximum possible allowable under the law, and that there is no now option to waive any further time. So your statement was
Correct.
contradictory.
Well,
Which one is it?
Well, so after September 7th, the applicant has to do something to have his project deemed approved. He can't just come into court and say, I want building permits. So he will need to go into court if you do nothing, and for the court to say the project is deemed approved.
Right. So that's not a waiver of time. That
No.
is either number one that you gave us, 7-day notice, 60-day public hearing, or the federal model,
Yes.
deem it approved, court, thank you very much, I'm done, because you've had a lot of public hearings. But there's not an option for the applicant to waive time again. That's what you said.
Not
they
by
could
an
waive
extension
time.
agreement.
Okay.
Not
Right.
by an
So they
agreement.
cannot. Okay. The second part of that question is, oftentimes under the law, the time waiver is, if I start something by the deadline, it doesn't matter how far I go past the deadline as long as I started it by the deadline. So I'm going to just liken it just because I know what it is, and for the record, if a defendant demands a speedy trial, he has a right to have a trial within a certain time. So let's say his speedy trial date is September 7th. As long as I start the trial on or before September 7th, the trial can keep on going after that with no problem. But what I understand to be here is that the deadline is not a starting point, but an end point by which we must make a decision. We cannot start it before the time and keep going. We have to be done.
That is correct, although there is a court case for when a denial was made and that at a subsequent meeting, the findings and resolution came at the next meeting, which was after the September 7th date, and the court held so long as the council made the final decision by the deadline here, September 7th, although the resolution and findings came after September 7th, that was okay. But you have to make a decision by September 7th. The situation where you said where a trial begins and it goes further, no, that's not the situation here.
Ms. Jensen?
Just one more thing to clarify for the record. What you're describing as a findings and resolution that occur after the meeting, I'm going to interpret to be administrative and ministerial action that is following a decision made, not further deliberation, correct?
Absolutely correct.
Okay.
Back to council. Mr. Rennie?
Thank you. I'll ask another question since we're quiet, and it's a little bit maybe off subject, but it's one of the questions I didn't ask earlier that, again, as I was trying to think through everything that I had, and this is a question for staff, obviously, and I was going back and I was reading, I think, staff report from the August 9th, and in there it talks about the consulting architect saying the project design incorporates the character of the neighborhood that has evolved over a much longer time frame and proving high quality design with detail and diversity. What I was trying to understand is, what does that really mean? The character of a neighborhood that has evolved over a much longer time frame. And one of the things I've been talking about is changing architecture and so forth. So I was trying to understand whether I'm on the right track or not when I was reading this.
Thank you, Sally Zarnowitz, and planning manager. I think the intent of that language is to say that the project is designed in a way that it looks like it has evolved over time, so more organic, if you will, versus looking like it was built all at one time. So, and that's to address again the the existing development of the town. The town has developed over time. The idea of the architecture and the intent of it and the judgment by the consulting architect is that the new development matches that kind of pattern.
If I could follow up.
Mr. Rennie?
So if you can answer, how does the current architecture make it look like that? What have they done? I know you're not the consulting architect, and you may not be able to answer the question, but I'll ask it anyway.
No, it's a good question. I think it has to do with, again, the different housing types and how they are different scales and sizes. The materials evolve. It has to do somewhat with that, the details of the design itself and the differentiation and the different kinds of massing. That's part of it.
Okay,
and
thank you.
I suppose the other part also probably has to do with the layout of the site itself and how it, the the pedestrian-friendly part of the layout and how that relates to, again, those housing types and the different architectural styles.
So I think what you're saying as you look across the map, it's not the same size building, it's different size buildings placed in different places, and that's what makes it seem more organic, I guess.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Back to council. I think that some of us who have tried motions and gotten shot down are a little gun shy. Hint. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. Since we're quiet, I'll ask another question if nobody minds. I was trying to understand how many units are available to be built. Let's assume this project gets built. How many are available to be built in the Northern District? There was some comment somewhere about there are 16 or 19 units already. Are those in the Northern District, so we have to subtract those out? Could those be bulldozed under? And if we had the density bonus, what's the number that could still be built in the Northern District?
The maximum on the remainder of the site, which is a portion of the transition district in the Northern District, would be 44 if someone took full advantage of a 35% density bonus.
It's okay if I follow up question related. So one of the concerns I always had was we didn't, in the Northern District, you have to build over commercial. And these are all part of our housing element that has to be built at 20 units per acre. Unfortunately, we didn't allow more units than are in our housing element, so they have to be built at 20 units per acre wherever they're built. But I was wondering, so a density bonus, under density bonus, they could actually get taller. The problem being, like I was, with the 35-foot height, you can't get many floors above commercial to get at that 20 units per acre. But I'm wondering, if they came with some number of affordable units, they could then ask for height in order to get that density built. And how many affordable units would they need to do to get that?
Well, that's the first part of your question is yes, they could request an exception to the height through a state density bonus, and the maximum 35% is based on a number of factors, and it depends on the level of affordability and then the percentage. So, for instance, I think if you have very low income, you have to provide a minimum of 11% of the units have to be very low. And so there's other scales. I don't have the table in front of me, but that's generally what the application proposed before you this evening is utilizing. They're clearly more than 11% of the units are affordable to very low income, and so they're able to request the 35% density bonus.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to understand is what is the real viability of getting units into the Northern District? And that's why I asked that question. So if you had a building, you'd have to have 11% in that building being affordable, and then you could add others and get the height that you asked for, a height variation because of the bonus. That's right?
Correct.
Could you do most of those in one building and have it work for more than one building?
Depends on the application, but if it was all part of one application package, then I believe that would be feasible.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I seem to have a lack of motions here, and so in order to inspire people, it's now 7:53. We're going to take a 7-minute break, and we'll be back here at 8 o'clock with lots of ideas. Council and staff, please take your seats. We'll get started again. All right, the meeting is back in session, and we are looking for discussion or a motion from council. Or we can have a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
I'm going to second that. I'm going to ask the town attorney. Can we make that motion?
You certainly can at any time. I can't stop a motion to adjourn.
And if
I would like it to a date certain that we would adjourn to, which is right now scheduled for your September 6th meeting.
And so with those parameters, no, not yet. So we have a motion. We don't have a second yet unless I seconded it. Okay, we have a second. And so what we need, though, is a date certain.
Move to adjourn to September 6th.
I'm going to second that. We have discussion. Vice Mayor?
Okay, I'm not going to support it. I am going to throw out a motion. Hesitantly, but we'll do so.
Hold on. We have a motion on the floor to continue this to September 6th. Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Fails 4-1. Ms. Sayak.
Okay. I will attempt at a motion. I move to deny the application. And the reasons for denial are the residential component of the Planning Commission's recommendation to the Town Council. And the reason, as I have stated in the past, is there are significant issues that I have with the layout. The units, the residential units are comprised of that. I think if we had an opportunity to move the layout, I think we could spread a little bit of the residential units out, and I think we would have a better comprehensive site plan that we can approve. And I gave the example, for example, units 17 through 24 in I'm looking at the Building Key Plan 1.0, and it's all the residential units that's surrounded by South A Street, as well in the Lark District. I think it's Lark District 2. I look at that layout and I look at existing commercial property on Los Gatos Boulevard. I look at Los Gatos Boulevard and I look at this anomaly of residential that does not make sense to me. And so if I look at the specific plan, I'm looking at the site access that on page 4-2. I'm looking at commercial design guidelines that talk about site plan development on page 3-2. And to go back to this idea that the ability to spread residential units gives better design, the fact of the matter is, and I'm going to stress this because people say I'm not stressing facts, the fact of the matter is the 270 was allocated for inner housing element for all 40 sites. That is a fact. Fact number 2, 13.5 was not designated in this southern district. So the Lark District, the Transition District, and the Northern District. That's a fact. That was purposely done so. I can only speak for myself because it provides discretion to the Planning Commission as well as the deciding body of the Town Council. That is how our land use processes work in Los Gatos. When there's ambiguity, we have decision body that makes these determinations. They do it for look and feel, they do it for site layout, they do it for scale, mass, neighborhood harmony. I don't think we should be looking at this project any differently. And that goes to the underlying premise of my motion is that I'm looking at how we can apply the specific plan uniformly on all projects that will come in the future. This may be the only one, but I hesitate to award a project with the majority of the housing allocation that could disproportionately hurt chances of a better site design in the future. So that is my motion. And let's see if I get a second.
All right, we have a motion to deny with explanation. Do we have a second? Mr. Leonardis?
I'll second the motion.
All right. I thought I heard you keep going, but you haven't. Further discussion? Mr. Rennie?
So question for staff. Was anything cited that works as an objectable reason to deny? I believe the law, in other words, what in the law have we managed to hit that allows us to deny without violating state law, basically?
I'm certainly not going to make that determination as a town attorney on whether her motion meets the objective standards of the specific plan or does not. That's not my decision as town attorney to overrule the town council's majority decision. We will come back if this is the motion and that's the end of it and there's no more added to it. We would come back with those specific findings, though, and for adoption on September 6th so that we have more time to make certain that everything is captured, not only in that or any amendments.
All right, Ms. Jensen.
I will not be supporting the motion, and I'm going to go back and cite to the record why. The motion was first made, or I think the primary basis of the motion is that it is to deny based upon the Planning Commission motion regarding the residential component. If I look at the record of the Planning Commission meeting on this, there was a first motion that failed. However, it was incorporated into the second motion that succeeded, and there was a comment by Commissioner or Chairperson Badami, I should say, that was the only thing that had to do with residential, which was that the intensity of the project is out of character with the town, and scaling it back with the intensity could have the effect of providing more open space. And I'll go back to our last meeting on this, where we were advised that by state law, that Los Gatos cannot force the developer in this situation to provide more open space because we've declared in our general plan and elsewhere that the town has adequate open space, so we cannot exact open space from an applicant. It also says greater building articulation, possibly reduced building height, possibly reduced building footprint, quite possibly greater affordability and unmet housing needs. To me, those are changes to the specific plan. The specific plan indicates heights, which this meets. It also indicates architectural and residential commercial design. So anything that matched that would be a change to the specific plan, and this application must be assessed under the existing specific plan. We cannot change the specific plan from the dais. We must assess it based on the plan that we have in place. The motion that actually passed in the Planning Commission included what Mayor Spector basically included in her August 16th second motion that failed regarding the insufficiencies or the stated insufficiencies of the economic report, which I don't think are relevant to this motion. But that included, again, with respect to housing, Chairperson Badami commented that the intensity of the housing should be related to the square footage glossary of the specific plan. That is only provided by way of example. It is not a requirement of the specific plan. And in fact, most of these units meet that. Commissioner Hanson added that she believed that she wanted more, she didn't think that the senior needs cited were met by this. And she cited Appendix C. Appendix C that was discussed earlier talks about housing types. It gives examples of Gen Y and baby boomers. It does not require specific numbers or affordability levels of housing. Commissioner Kane added that he did not like the design of, I think it was units 24 and 25, and that was included in the motion. So on that basis, and again, I'm going to go back to the mayor indicated what she believes an objective standard is. I actually went and looked up objective and subjective just for the heck of it. An objective standard is not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering and representing facts. The subjective assessment is influenced by personal feelings, tastes, or opinions. And so to me, that would be architecture, what looks good, what doesn't look good, whether it's an unmet need, whether it's not an unmet need, but not something that is objectively quantifiable by an exhibit or a piece of evidence. So, for example, if the specific plan requires 30% open space and the application says 39%, objectively, they have met the standard. If the specific plan says look and feel, they provide something that I can go and cite to in the record, which I think says look and feel. Another council person or the mayor can point to something in the record that she thinks indicates it's not. Well, then that's perhaps subjective. The vice mayor indicated she had significant issues with the layout and cited section 4.2. That has to do with site access, so I'm not sure how that matches with her desire to spread housing. And she cites 3.2, which is commercial design guidelines. That only has to do with commercial units on Los Gatos Boulevard. We did not require in the specific plan where commercial buildings should be placed, only had a limitation on that they would meet unmet needs, that they would not be over 50,000 square feet, and that a economic study be submitted to the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee. So I don't think that that is a basis for denial. The 13.5 acres of default density are spread throughout the 13.5 acres. However, the number of housing units that are supplied here meets the requirements of the housing laws in the state, meets our housing element, and is a by right. So we cannot now assess, just like we can't, I said, with the phasing in 6.2, and I'm not saying that the mayor said, well, it's I forget what you said, the application driven by, the specific plan is why we can't delay it. The specific plan specifically says that it anticipates applications over time. So we are not going to get, with the 14 or 15 different property owners, a unified plan. In fact, in the billion years that I've been working on a specific plan for this property, or this area, I should say, the difficulty was getting the property owners to come together and agree on something they would do. That's why we could never get anywhere, because the property owners did not come to the table, did not agree. So the reason we did it this way is to have some kind of comprehensive plan that would steer development, which I cited earlier in my motion to approve. So we are not going to get an application dropped on all of them unless somehow somebody buys all the property, which hasn't happened. Somebody gives up rights or somebody compromises their ability to develop their property. But we don't require that all at once. And in fact, that default density for the state density bonus in the housing has been met by this application. So I don't think that we can go back in any way without what the vice mayor is suggesting, denying this and having it go, I assume, to the court. But this application must be evaluated based on this specific plan, not a desired specific plan, not a different specific plan, this specific plan. So by denying it, we face, and my decision, as I've said earlier, is not based upon the possibility of litigation, but we face litigation from the applicant, from property owners, from housing interests, from nonprofit housing interests, whoever it might be, and we've got umpty-ump legal opinions on both sides of it as to how that plays out, but it shouldn't be ignored, and so I cannot support this motion.
Mr. Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. Could I ask staff to repeat the motion? I got a little lost in all this.
Certainly would try.
So I'll go ahead and start, and then Ms. Bervetti is a much better note taker than I will admit. So the motion was to deny, based on the residential component of the Planning Commission motion, that there were significant issues with the layout, that the units should be spread out for a better site design, and that there's specific concerns with units. I believe 17 through 24 were referenced. I think maybe that's 18 through 25, but I could be wrong. That site access 4.2, which was mentioned by Councilwoman Jensen, was referenced, page 3-2 of the specific plan, and then 13.5 acres was not designated in the specific plan for just the area in the proposed first phase, but to be spread out, and that the intent is to make sure that we're able to apply uniformly across the entire area when applications are brought forward.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Sayak, is that accurate?
Yes, although in terms of buildings, it was building 18 through 27. All those surrounded by South A Street, Los Gatos Boulevard, and Lark.
And is that your understanding, Mr. Leonardis?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to be supporting the motion, and for the reasons stated by the maker of the motion, but I also want to adopt for my support the recommendations and the bases for the recommendation of the Planning Commission. I want to actually include as my support of the motion the specific plan itself. And in that regard, I am incorporating into my support of this motion the two motions that I made at our last meeting, including all of the bases for those motions. I want to also say that I looked up the word objective also. I guess that's what people like Ms. Jensen and I do. And objective is based on facts, not feelings. It can be based on what we see, on our experiences and our senses, based on mandates of the specific plan as factually applied to this application. So in addition to the entire record that we have before us, and it is quite a record, it is the largest I've ever seen on my experience on the council or on a planning commission. I'm going to base it on, the almost 40 years that I have looked and walked and run and driven and been driven around the town of Los Gatos. I'm going to base it on, what I have seen, and that's enough for now. Ms. Sayak.
This whole discussion on objective versus subjective, one thing that is objective is numerical. And one thing that I do want to clarify, in the Planning Commission discussion, when there was talk of reducing square footage for residential, it was not only intensity, but I want to point out that in our housing element, which is a part of the reason why we're looking at all this by right, in there, not only did we commit to 270, but we did commit to 156 very low, 84 low, and 30 moderate. Now, you understand that that is something that the town plans for. But also, if you're looking at HCD's comments, that it welcomes the opportunity to assist identifying strategies for meeting the town's housing goals, including encouraging additional affordability in housing types. I want to put two facts. One, you reduce the square footage, you reduce the price. The second fact is, it has been stated on the record that if you put houses on the northern side in a different school district, it immediately reduces the price, again, promoting affordability. Those are two numerical standards that I would like included.
Thank you. And Mr. Leonardis, is that okay with you?
Yes.
All right, again, I am continuing to support the motion. And the totality of the record that I also wanted to include is the fact that I've been working on this specific plan since 2004, on this specific plan since 2010, including the fact that over the years I was the person who chaired the North 40 Specific Plan Advisory Committee, and that as a result of this application, what we are getting are 49 senior units, good. Over the marketplace, not so good. And the rest of the units are right now priced today $900,000 to $1.5 or $6 or $7 million, with people having to earn and I think they said $130,000 to $250,000 if they have a 20% down payment. So we're having these challenges with the specific plan, with the application, and then we look to what we get, where I think everybody on this council, and maybe even who I've heard in the community, would really like to have true low-income housing. Further discussion. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I'm glad that you brought forth that point. We all received a piece of correspondence reminding us how we all voted in the series of motions that we went through when we voted when the specific plan was adopted last summer. And as I was voting for motions like number of housing units, it was my understanding at the time that they would be incorporated into the 3 districts. That's why I voted the way I voted on that motion. I was also under the belief that there would be affordable housing for not just 55 and older, but for all age groups. It's kind of ironic because we're always trying to help with senior housing, which is a great thing. But by doing that and in putting all of the affordable units in the senior housing project, it causes almost like a discrimination against those who are not seniors. And that's not in accordance with what I think our BMP ordinance says in Los Gatos. And I think we need to pay attention to that going forward. That was a great concern of mine. The other piece of correspondence that highlighted that was from Miss Marlene Rodman, and she mentioned there was a school teacher who was considering moving out of the district because she couldn't afford to live here. And she's a wonderful teacher, and she's probably not 55 years old and probably cannot occupy one of those senior units. I think of those kinds of cases, and I think, well, what are we trying to do here? I'm not against market rate housing, but for it to be positioned in a way where all of the senior housing allows for, or all the below market rate housing allows for seniors only, and all of the other houses market rate housing, that was problematic for me as well. So wanted to look at possibly spreading it across the other zones, and that kind of is in line with my comments earlier in the evening. What is going to go in those other zones? We don't know yet, apparently. And can we get affordable housing for everybody, as Ms. Sayak stated so eloquently, in all those different price categories in accordance to our housing element?
Ms. Jensen.
2 comments and a question through the mayor for the maker of the motion. The first is, since we're including things on the record, the median price in Santa Clara County for a single-family home is about $965,000, I think, something like that. That median means some are above, some are below, but $965,000. Earlier in the year, it was $1 million. Some of you may have read that the way that San Francisco has dealt, well, actually, it's a bill that's gone through the Assembly. It started in San Francisco with Mark Leno, who's the assemblyman from San Francisco, which it's gone through the Assembly and the Senate, may become law in the state of California, that affordable housing for teachers can be placed on school property without discretion from local jurisdictions on the nature and type of that housing. So there's one way to address teacher housing. That's out there. The question that I was going, and then since the mayor is indicating her history, I've been working on this since who knows when. As a member of the General Plan Committee, the original specific plan that was rejected by the council in 1999. Then again on the general plan, on the North 40 Advisory Committee, on the Housing Element Advisory Committee, on the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee, on the Planning Commission, and on the Town Council forever. My question for Ms. Sayak through the mayor is, the mayor included in her support for the motion specifically the Planning Commission part of the motion that was tied to the economics, and cited her motions from August 16th, which also was tied to economics. I heard Ms. Sayak make her motion based upon the residential component of the Planning Commission only. And so I want to find out if that's what was intended.
And I will ask Ms. Sayak if Ms. Sayak chooses to respond. But what I was delineating were the bases for my support of Ms. Sayak's motion. Ms. Sayak?
My motion incorporates only the residential component, so.
And if I may,
Ms. Jensen?
And if I may incorporate to my opposition of the motion all of the record and cites to the specific plan that I made in my original motion for approval.
Further discussion. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I know that I've heard actually both the lawyers on the council say that that we're not supposed to be making decisions based on lawsuits, and I know I'm not a lawyer and much less experienced, but I do worry a lot about the lawsuit. I've thought about denying it, and then we going through what could end up being $2-3 million lawsuit, and to me, I feel like I'm being irresponsible to knowingly go that way. From my understanding of where we're supposed to be making decisions are, again, on what is, we kept talking about what's objective versus what's subjective. When I look at the letter from, again, the policy manager from HCD, they say that this by right design, it says design review is allowed under the statute by right. Decision making must follow development standards that are objective, fixed, predictable, clear, quantifiable, written, and warrant little to no judgment, and should be applied in a manner that affirmatively facilitates development. I don't find objective reasons for denying it, so that to me means we're definitely in a lawsuit that we don't have very many legs to stand on. There's a bill now on the governor's desk to sign AB 2584, which even strengthens this Housing Accountability Act further. That allows, it makes it easier for anybody to sue. The developer doesn't have to sue. It can be any housing advocacy group, building associations, renters association, apartment association. So to me, it seems like we definitely have a lawsuit. So that worries me. I feel irresponsible to take us that way. Then if I back up and say, well, okay, let's objectively think about whether I agree with the motion or not. And what I'm hearing is, we specifically said we didn't. I think the motion was specifically they didn't like the way it's laid out, but I also heard what we really want to do, and I think we should deny a project based on what we really want. What I heard was we want to move houses into the Northern District, and I heard the mention of them getting cheaper moving over the school district line. And again, I talked about values last time, and protecting the schools is high on my value list. And I know that the superintendent of body has told us in the past that houses that get moved over the line, those students will petition to come into her district. She'll say, sorry, I'm full, and then she'll get overruled every time. So to me, that means these students move into the district, or they will go to her district anyway, so she's got to pay for them, but now she doesn't get the extra money that the developer has agreed to pay, $23,000 per market rate unit. She doesn't get the property tax because now they're actually sitting in another school district, even though the kids are coming into ours, and they don't get the regular SB 50 portion of the payout. So to me, that seems like it's hurting our school district. So I generally am very worried about that whole idea of moving units over the line because of the effect it would have on the school district. And I know if they brought that project, SB 50 prevents me from actually denying a project where they're over the line, but SB 50 doesn't prevent me from going against a denial of a project, basically. And when I read through the specific plan policies, they talk about, it really talks about the housing is supposed to be in the Lark District, and we put, this application puts the housing in the Lark District. If I can quote a couple of these items, in 2.32, titled the Transition District in the specific plan, it says the Transition District is a buffer between primarily residential Lark District and active retail entertainment of the Northern District. And then in 2.3.3, titled Northern District, it says it's best suited for day to evening entertainment that offers shopping and restaurants. And then in 2.4, it talks about permitted land uses. Again, it talks about the transition district being a buffer between the primarily residential uses in the southern portion of the specific plan and entertainment, restaurant, and shopping uses envisioned in the northern portion of it. So it doesn't sound to me like the reason we're denied it and what the result we want fits within the specific plan. So I'm not apt to support this motion. Thank you.
For the discussion. Ms. Sayak.
A couple things I want to clarify. The reason why I point to the layout 18 through 27 is it's an example of how, if you were not limited to 20, in my opinion, you could have a better layout. I gave the commercial aspect of looking at Los Gatos Boulevard. For the site access, I'm looking at 4.2, and it's saying that there could also be a fourth access point off of Los Gatos Boulevard. And I know there's a lot of traffic engineering aspects that still have to be looked at. But if you place a whole bunch of housing there, then you immediately cut off whatever access you have. We heard significant issues about traffic. It just seems like if you provide another access point, does that help alleviate it? These are the types of questions I wish we had the opportunity to go back and forth on. Unfortunately, we don't. But these are the types of things that I'm looking at as I look at the layout. And yes, you know what? If you keep Area E, you still keep primarily a lot of the residential in the Lark District. But you also have a design that, in my mind, is more in keeping of what the seamless weaving of Los Gatos is. Los Gatos Boulevard is commercial. You have residential behind it. You will still be able to provide 20 units per acre on that portion, but all of a sudden you have a little bit more creativity to look at what economic opportunities you can do along Los Gatos Boulevard. You have another opportunity to look at a traffic option, and you have another opportunity just to look at a layout that is something that at least the Planning Commission and the Council could say that is something that we believe is what satisfies our vision of the specific plan. Now, one of the things we've said in the past, everybody has an opinion. And I don't fault that 5 of us clearly have different ideas of what meets the specific plan. It's not based on longevity. It's not based on who studied more. In the end, the decision that's made, I will respect it. We each have our 5 individual decisions, and I know that whatever decision is made within a couple of seconds, we each individually are doing it because we truly believe whether or not this project satisfies the specific plan that we adopted last year.
Further discussion. Ms. Jensen.
Just 2 comments for the record, sorry. The first is that if the site access were changed to include another site, and again, I'm just doing this for the record, that could potentially require a new EIR, which would subject the town to costs for that, studies for that, time for that, lawsuits for that. Perhaps it's legally acceptable, perhaps it's not, but that's a consequence that I want to put on the record. The other one is just with respect to the housing and if we move it. And that assumes that the town council can cause a property owner, which we know very well we can't do based on our experience in Planning Commission and here, cause a property owner to come to us with exactly what we want in exactly the way we want it at exactly the time we want. So we say, we would like to move the housing to the Northern District. That assumes that the people that own the property on the Northern District are going to come in and say, great, we're going to build X amount of houses exactly the way you want on that. That's, I think, not a good assumption. So we have to bear in mind that there are applicants that come forward that own the property that make an application, just like somebody who in the Almond Grove has a vacant lot would come forward to make an application to build their house. We don't tell that person in advance, we want 10 affordable units there, and they say, fine, great, we're coming in with that. So we have to keep in mind that we cannot mandate ultimately what the application is. And so with respect to the state law on housing, we have to evaluate, are we putting a detriment to development of housing? Are we turning down housing that meets what's in our housing element? We have to evaluate that. So I just want to have that be considered and be on the record.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I just wanted to add one thing. My position hasn't really changed from the last meeting where I talked about, again, I think that this is not going to pass a lawsuit, which means we end up with an approval of what's there. And in the past, I've, not voted for a straight approval because I think there's changes that we can make to make this a better project that fit within, it's got to fit within a certain box. And those are the kinds of things that I was trying to do. And I thought we could even take a risk by denying the 2 houses on Los Gatos Boulevard, and the developer may not find it worth the lawsuit to go that direction. But so again, my real problem with this is I could be wrong, but I'm quite sure that we're going to end up with exactly what's approved without any chance to change it. So that's another one of my concerns on voting for this motion. Thank you.
Further discussion, Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Again, the specific plan was adopted last summer. Since that time, we had significant community feedback. I mean, the story polls went up. The public had their chance to weigh in. Things don't always come out the other end exactly as they go in. I realized at that point in time I voted no on the specific plan. That was kind of a leverage point for us. I felt if we spent a little bit more time at that point in time, there could have been perhaps some of these issues ironed out and this would not be so painful up here. By the way, I do want to thank the council this evening because we do have a diversity of opinions, and I respect every one of us up here for their opinions and what they believe. But I think what the community is looking for, we got to look out for the community first. They want the best result for their community. And I know that sounds kind of counter argument to development by right and lawsuit this and all those kinds of things. But I don't see why we can't all work together and come up with a result that works for everybody. I mean, why do we have to talk about lawsuits? Why is it one of extreme or the other? Yes, we've been through a process. Yes, the process has taken a long time. But what's with spending a little bit more time and getting it right so people are happy? Because no matter what, if the public does not support what you're doing, is shoving it down their throat the right thing? Is shoving it down the council's throat the right thing? I don't think that's the best way to go about things. Now, I know this developer has been very generous and very open and very process-oriented and very, accommodating to requests and things. But the bottom line is this. It still, to me, didn't meet all the needs that the public has brought forth. It didn't meet the needs of our own below-market price program, in my opinion. It leaves several unanswered questions about what will happen on the future phases for me. I'm not comfortable with the road going northbound on Los Gatos Boulevard between Lark and Samaritan Drive. I don't like the fact that at Charter Oaks, it's a very dangerous intersection. There should be a keep clear put there. There's a lot of little things. Not too stoked for the Market Hall concept. Maybe that could be a Trader Joe's or something. But these are things that perhaps with more vetting, a little more vetting, we can find some compromises and make this a positive experience for everybody, as opposed, or at least more people get the support of more of the public. Probably not please everybody, as opposed to the council being pushed up against a wall and having this project go down hard, I should say.
Well, I agree with a lot of what Mr. Leonardis said. I do think this could work out. I agree that the developers have been gracious over all of these years, but for the reasons that I previously stated and reiterated, this is not the project tonight as it stands. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to do this by show of hands since every time I do it by voice, I have to change it. So we have Ms. Sayak's motion to deny. All in favor, raise your hand. Mr. Leonardis, Ms. Sayak, Mayor, opposed? Ms. Jensen, Mr. Rennie, the motion passes 3-2. Before I adjourn the meeting, we will be getting, I understand, a resolution or resolutions, I don't know, on September 6th.
That is correct.
All right. Anything else you need, Ms. Pravetti?
No, thank you.
All right, meeting's adjourned.